Hello. Hi, hey. Oh, I want a headpad though. Hey. Hello, Nexus. Why is the headpad broken like that? No. Hi, Muffin. Hi, Magpie. Hi, Brian. Hey. I hope you are doing good. Welcome on. I feel like these days my brain is like very. I think this week my brain is too cobalt at this point. I just feel my brain doesn't work properly. Like it works, just it works in a very cobalt way. It feels like at least these days. The feeling when the headphones are way ahead. If you existed but haven't started existing yet, I just need... No! My pets and boobs! Hi, Evie. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh god, I can actually let my hand go inside my head. That's not right. Thank you, Muffin. Oh, speaking of this, like, two little things that I want to mention today before I actually start playing DUSK. Thank you. So there's this new update for Gunfire Reborn. Gunfire Reborn. They have a new... Be not afraid, hero. Thank you, Brian. I am not afraid, hero. This hero is not afraid. So there's a new weapon called Dragon Breath. I saw Metal Kobo play it yesterday, right? Because I raided into them. And this is what I saw. Give me a second. Like, this is the weapon that I saw. It's a Dragon Breath. And it's an explosive sniper weapon. I played a little bit last night. And I got this weapon. It's a sniper explosive weapon. I don't know how to explain that well, but yeah, you snipe heads, it explodes twice. A sniper! Yeah. and the fact that it is a dragon makes the weapon 10 times better. So I got this weapon, I absolutely love it, but man, was I blurred last night. I couldn't play it for long. A little sad, but it's okay. I experienced the weapon. The last two weapons, I don't really care about it. This is the most important one. And another thing, which is kind of sad, it's a little bit sad on this situation. I think Kobo will love Vampire Hunters. Vampire Hunters or Vampire Survivors, because I've been playing Vampire Survivors for quite a bit. It's a good game. They have dragons in there too. Anyway, I'm pretty sure you guys heard of Hunters. Different. Okay, I'll check it out afterwards. So I'm sure you guys heard of Them's Fighting Herds. Apparently, a new update came out. And it looks scummy at best. It honestly looks scummy at best, the new update. It's so sad too, because I genuinely love the game, but I stopped playing it because I was waiting for the story mode to update. But the recent update came out. You know, I should just show... Why am I so laggy today? Something must be happening. Anyway, here. Hunter's different. First person shooter just like I'm playing lately. Okay. So, Them's Fighting Herds update. Hi Shredder. Stinky. It's bad in every way possible. It's sad to say. So, they have two new characters after after half a year of pretty much nothing. Alright? And 2 new characters, cool, I guess? Okay, new characters, Wowie, looks kinda cool, Nidra. It's, I mean, yeah, sure, you know, new characters cool, but I think I can skip past the new characters part, right? Because it's a DLC character, we're gonna buy the character, which is even more scummy considering the next part. The next part of the update, the future of TFH. What comes next? Let me read it for you. This made me upset. This made me upset. Hi Tylra, how are you doing? Doing pretty good. Had a lot of coffee this morning because I don't know why I just cannot wake up properly these days. I feel like I have one brain cell and it's working its hardest today. Oh, for the past few days as well. I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing good too. Anyway, story mode. Okay, let me read it for you. As we look forward to release of Nidra and Bhop, let's talk about what comes next. After the Season 1 pass is complete, we'll be ceasing active development on TFH. We will still be able to release small patches to address game-breaking bugs, but no new content will be produced. Unfortunately, that includes story mode. Now, in case you guys don't know, this game has a story mode. This game has a wonderful Chapter 1 about 2 or 3 years ago. The Kickstarter, their funding exceeds expectations, right? So their funding exceeds expectations, and then they promised like a full-fledged story mode, which I know for a fact that it is hard to make a full-fledged story mode with just hard, you know. It's difficult to make games. I've been there. I make games and I fucking hated it. But they have this this promise, you know, with the Kickstarter project. I don't even know if I can find the Kickstarter project. I mean I'm pretty sure I can, but it is what I remember for sure. Story mode is one thing, right? And now they're saying that includes story mode will cease active development. I feel scammed. As I played through the game, yes, I play PvP, but that's not the main point of why I'm playing the game, right? The main point is actually the story mode. I enjoyed the story mode so much. When the first chapter came out, version 1.0, full release after early access, full release, chapter 1 released, and I played it. Boy oh boy, is it amazing! I can't wait for more, right? So after that, years of no updates on any story mode, and then suddenly they're just gonna cease active development, right? It's just it feels a little scummy, not gonna lie. And then the fact that they will release 2 new DLC, mind you. DLC. You're gonna buy the character again, bro. You're gonna buy the game. You're gonna buy the character. It's not free. Which I don't know why the last ditch money grab, to be honest. Like, if they're gonna cease all development, but still have like small updates in the future. Okay, just cease all development. I feel like the DLC characters is a little bit of a money grab move, not gonna lie. You know? And of course with the story mode thing, man, it's been years, literal years of no updates, and then suddenly just cease development. And then they do address a little bit of things here. before working on releasing them. Yeah, we're looking for opportunities to release content that has already been produced for Chapter 2, starting with a new stage restricted section. The stage will be part of version 6.0 update alongside Nidra and Baihe. So what does this mean? Well, it pretty much means that this stage comes out. Like, sure, it looks good, right? But for 3 years will be like 2 or 3 years of development of Chapter 2. This stage is the only thing that you can produce? You know what I mean? Like, after years of development, only this stage will be able to review they only produce this stage and put and like pushed it out a little bit. It's it's so upsetting too, because man, I love the game, totally do. And me, I think I should explain why this matters to me a lot, because my first big stream thing is to play Damn Spring Hurts. Damn Spring Hurts is where my stream sort of took off a little bit. I played Damn Spring Hurts, met a bunch of like community members, like those who play the game, saw my stream and decided to interact with me as well and play together as two. But since I'm from Malaysia, it's really hard to play with like 300 ping constantly. So eventually I kind of stopped playing it, because man, no one near Malaysia is playing this game. So PvP eventually stopped being my main focus of the game, which is why I'm looking for the story mode. And yeah, that is why it kind of matters to me so much. I just feel this is, and I heard they got review bombed too, but this one I haven't checked. Yeah, yeah, they got review bombed. They totally got review bombed. Yeah, I don't know about this game, but this thing sucks. It sucks big time, sad to say. Like, I don't know if they fixed the Stronghold problem. When Stronghold came out, I played a little bit, and when two Stronghold fight each other, and Stronghold has a mechanic where Stronghold can leave weapons on the field and will be able to use it whenever possible. So when two Stronghold leaves one weapon each, or like one weapon on the screen, my game goes apeshit. My frame rate goes to shit. Like, it's terrible. It's unplayable. I don't know if they fixed it, but oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, it is very jank. Let me check. This is sad. The non-promised story mode has been cancelled. Yeah, it's like a lot of people just couldn't help it. Couldn't help but feel scammed by this. Story mode has been cancelled, even me included. I mean, if you're going to just not do what you said you were gonna do in your Kickstarter, that's going to drive some people to express frustrations. Fair frustrations too. Shouldn't be allowed to sell copies of games based on lies and content that will never materialize. Man, I mean, You know what's sad too? I realized what's sad is you see all these reviewers is like less than less than like 1 hour, 5 hours, 1 hour, 2.5 hours. And the good ones are like more than 10 hours. Even this one is like 16 hours, right? See, 2 hours, 1 hours. This one is 25, rare one. And then recommended is all the competitive players, 600 hours, 8 hours, a lot of hours, 12 hours, right? The majority of the good recommended is they enjoy the fighting of the game. But the not recommended section is all those who have not played the game and is waiting for the story mode, which they just played for a little bit, probably just the story mode time, and then they got scammed. No more story mode. Then play Skyrim instead. Not everyone wants to play Skyrim. Not everyone can just go to Skyrim and it's like, oh my god, my life has been fixed. You don't know about this game, so I kinda don't know. All you need to know is the situation right now is grim for this game. I mean, it's not grim, it's already happened. It's terrible. People got scammed by it, and people got scammed by their Kickstarter promise. That's all you need to know. And I mean, with all these things going on, yeah, it's bad. And that's the second thing that I want to share today. I know it's kind of weird starting off the stream like this, but I just kind of want to express a little bit of my frustration towards this game, which a lot of my friends has been doing that. I know, I've seen a few. Even someone that I know has been expressing frustrations towards this game months ago. Months ago. They noticed that the toxicity within the community is a little bit alarming, so they went off, right? It's kind of scary. It's kind of scary. It's kind of upsetting, but it's a reality. I don't think there's anything else that I can just like change about it. No. But it's okay though, because I always have a lot of other games to play, to be honest. Like, to be honest, I kind of want to play Gunfire Reborn today. Just solely because of this new weapon. And yes, I tried it out last night. It's great. I wanted to try out the game. They have endless mode too, so hell yeah, replayability. More, right? But would you recommend Gunfire Reborn? Yes. I will recommend it again and again. It works well solo, it works well with friends. It's a game where it has good balancing between single player and multiplayer. It doesn't make single player feels overwhelming with all the monsters you're gonna face. It doesn't make multiplayer boring with the least monster you already yeah. It's well balanced. It's well thought out too. When it's on sale now, I was thinking about getting it. I thought you already played it. I've been playing it. What do you mean? Almost 400 hours in. I have been playing it. I got this game when it first came out as early access. When there was no voice acting. When there's only 2 characters. What can I say? This game is amazing. It's fun. It's good casual fun. Okay, let's play some DUSK. I want to play DUSK. Good music, by the way. Hi-Fi Rush. Yes. Hi-Fi Rush. Yes. Anyway, close this. DUSK World. Oh yeah, there's multiplayer. Wonder how that's gonna work. Should I buy it without DLC or just get the base game in your opinion? To me personally, I love the DLC for the fox and the owl. I don't know if DLC includes the weapon or DLC is just the characters. If DLC is just the characters and all the weapons is in the base game, I believe all the weapons are in the base game. There's no paywall behind all the weapons, I believe. So I'm gonna assume the DLC are only for the characters. If so, honestly, I buy it for the fox. The fox is cute. Monkey is fine. The red panda is broken, and they might have fixed it. It was broken, and the owl looks pretty good. You know what? I do recommend it, but of course it's still entirely up to you if you want to buy it with DLC or not. Too big to fail? It is good stuff. Have gun will shoot. You can change the amount of auto aim in the input settings menu. What? There's auto aim? Okay, game, you should have told me about auto aiming. Now, can I make it stronger in the look, I think? Weapon size? Weapon size? Advanced display. Oh no, what's in the advanced? Crosshair? Oh, maybe I should like make it a little bit bigger. Like 0.3. And then opacity a little bit more, because sometimes I cannot really see. Yeah, I can't really see the thing. Still episode 2? Yeah, I stopped at episode 2 last night because it's already like 7. Feel. Sway, auto claim, auto hop. Input settings, customize my input settings. Auto aim amount off. I am so good at this game. Did you just pass the Erebus reactor? Yes. Let's just say I'm pretty good at this game, right? There's no auto aim amount going on. I can aim and I can shoot. There we go. Just woke up, don't judge his fluff. I have not been judging. Erebus reactor, best level in your opinion? It is the best level in my opinion as well. It's really good. Whoa. I found that's a secret? I got a shotgun for this? Third grade is gonna need tight pants, we need more third grade. Did you break out of bounds? No, not really. It's right here. Let me just... We take those. Oh. There we go. Oh, it's a diamond. I need it. Oh. Uh-oh. Not the needles. I don't want more needles. Get out. Get out. Don't touch me.
Intruder spotted.
Who? What? Where? Hmm? Aha, I found 2 secrets. Driven. Oh, it's numbers. Oh my god. Hi, numbers. There's a few cuties that I want to shout out to. Give me a second. Yeah. I will shout at you. Get shouted. It's the cute sneak. This nexus and also numbers. That's right, get shouted out. How you doing? How's the snake doing? Get shouted by a couple. I mean, bullet-wise, I think it's so good, I think. Oh my god, wait. No, why would you do this now, Leap Motion? Okay, I'm gonna change you. I'm gonna change how you behave. You keep doing this to me, thing. There we go. This should do, I think. I'm just gonna... no. Okay, flat on desk. There, okay. I mean, this should work, right? Hello? Okay, it works. Thanks for the shout out. Of course. Who? Oh. Do not. Are you afraid of needles? Not necessarily, but you know what? Nah, maybe I'm afraid of needles a little bit. It doesn't help the fact that I need to inject insulin every day, 4 times a day in my life. But yeah, I still hate needles. But it's not hate. Just a bit of a hate. Just a little bit. It's like, not needles. That kind of feeling. Super shot. Uh-oh. MB? It's the bee. MB? Oh my god, it's the bee. Hi Breen, hi Surfy, hi Dreamer. Leaving the ask one more second. I have a feeling we can get a few more people agreeing you're cute. Hello, hi Surfy. Karugi, hi. Yuna, hi. Ikirobo? Oh, Ikikoroboros, hi. Oh, you're playing Lethal Company? Oh my god, yes. I haven't played for a while because I want to play Dust and Faith a little bit. Lupine Sparkai. How is a Lethal Company? Did you get any Flower Man? Did you get any beehives? Oh, excuse-moi, Snake. Uh-oh. Wubba Dubba. Wubba Dubba is coming in! Not the Wubba Dubba, help. Wubba Dub. Oh! Wubba Dub, is that true? Wubba Dub, is that true? Were you playing Rhythm Haven? Snake? You are playing Rhythm Haven, aren't you? That shit is perfect. All the snakes. Wow, look at all the snakes. Wubba, is that true? Hello, everyone. Oh my goodness. Give me a second. My brain needs to wake up here. That is so good. Excellent taste. Someone recommended the game to me after finishing Faith. Brian recommended it to me. You are playing Rhythm Haven. How was it? I mean, I never played before, but I know the Wubba. Is that true? That is good. Post for the cam. Oh, there's a dynamic here now. Hello. Oh, you guys in ads. Sorry. But yeah, hello. Welcome in, everyone from the raid, from both Surfy and Snake Station. Hello. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. Play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. We're free now. Hello, Tylra. Sorry about the ad. Sorry. But yeah, hope you guys had fun with Snakes and Surfy stream. You guys get all the beans here. Nah, not beans. It was fun. We ended up playing the whole thing beginning to end. Yo, nice. Beginning to end. Hell yeah. Beans. Kobo beans? Hell yeah. I have the Kobo. I can show Kobo beans on demand. Look at that. There's some cheap shit is playing a strategy game and the enemy is sitting on top of my spawn, but I'm dumb enough to not kill my base, so I'm stuck. What game? I have no idea. Coop Raccoon, hi. Roxas, hi. Said I missed your stream, I was gonna rage you. So many red. No, Breen, don't look at this. Breen, don't look at this. Breen, no. It's fine, it's not red, it's not red. So many friends. Best. No, Breen, you didn't see. Hey.
Hello.
Breen, you didn't see that, it's fine. Does Dag? No, Breen. Breen, I'm sorry, Breen. Here, I can... Oh, you want a backflip? Hoop, hoop. Super shotgun on reds. It works. Did you shoot reds when I was clicked away? No? Oh, I know the sound. Nah. Astro, no, that didn't happen. Could make you look at the horror. I didn't do it! I did not! I did not. I hope we are doing good now. Hecky. You know, it's kind of funny how my PC cannot handle this game with all the things that are open. You know, OBS, VC Face, VTuber Plus, all those things open. And then my PC, I have to lower down the settings for this one. Like lower this one to this and then no VSync allowed. I mean, so long as it works, I'll take it. The darkness is spreading. I guess. Also, sorry that you guys are hearing the drum noises. Every Sunday during this time until 3 or 4, they're gonna practice the Chinese lion dance. It has been going on for months. Non-stop. You need more RAM? What do you mean? She has some perfect horns for ramming, it looks like. True. Do not! I don't like it. You don't just go and ha at someone and one You want to see a lion dance? Lion dance is absolutely wonderful, by the way. We do the shop my own way I can. Okay, yeah, alright, okay. What? Where's the bombs?
Ha 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 ha.
Ow. Oh! That feels good. And don't ask why I'm using the normal shotgun. Shoot me, I dare you. Nah, I won't. I won't. Nuh-uh. Hi?
What? 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 What?
Hoop. 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 And speed. No needles, thank you very much. What exploded on me? I'm too poor to cheer more.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
Same.
Yep. 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 No. New redeem extra wanted, isn't it? Maybe it's the other one.
Yep.
Sorry, yep. Oh! Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. 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 Oh. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. 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 Oh, yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, no more yips. I like the yippin because I don't need. I can turn off my brain for a little bit now. What are the besides substance painter for retexture? Ooh, wait. Let me check my phone. I take a note for this. Actually, taken a note for this. Give me a second. There is a Quixel mixer. Quixel mixer. Give me a second. Quixel mixer. Ini. Look. This is like a new thing. I haven't tried it out yet. But it looks like Substance Painter, but it's free. I heard. How do we can help me retexture? You really want me to help you retexture, don't you? I repair, just joking. It's a bit of a miss on me, I guess. I can see on the news now, Kobold enjoys yipping and turning brain off. The masses will be shocked. I'm sure they will. Or not. They'll probably be like, oh, a Kobold enjoys yipping and turning brain off? Oh, shocker. I think if you want, you can try out Quixel Mixer. I heard that it's free. I haven't tried it out yet, which I should probably do. A gun with one bullet. Where am I going? Kobold Yips are super cute. You know what they are? I can feel one. What? I never mentioned that. I actually don't know where to go. I got a blue key here. And maybe I need to... No, maybe I should backtrack. Oh, wait, here? Gaming? I'm gaming. Gaming? Look, if it works, it works, right? Also, look at how big the needle is, by the way. That shit is massive. That's like a quarter of its body. At least. Should actually use more mortar. Hey. The game seems to be promoting that I need to use mortar by all of these. Oh, there was something. I think I know what that something was. Do not. Don't come here. Oh, yaki biki. Nice. See, I love storytelling like this. It's great. Like this. I didn't kill this guy. Something else is doing the job for me. And that something else is unknown. Look at that. Nuh-uh. Oh wait, I know this place. I'm in the starting area again. It's a needle for Derek's. Looks like it, yeah. I mean, it's massive. There's something about shooting in this game just feels so satisfying. At least I personally love it. Why is the flashlight so small? It's a I mean, honestly, I think I would say it's like a choice to make the flashlight this small. It gives a good atmosphere building, I believe. It doesn't impede with the gameplay too much. I kind of like it. Eh. There must be a blue door somewhere, question mark? I mean, I can't think of anything else. Makes dark area feels very dark still. It's not like the flashlight will be like the sun of my life. Have I jumped down here? I don't remember. Okay, I did. Oh, I came from here. Okay, okay. Okay, well now I'm kind of confused. Instead of it being a change environment design itself, it's a gameplay in... Got lost in this there for a while. It's Sprechen der Schultz. I don't know what that is. Hi, Die Hardware. Check out that ladder again. I think there's something in the ladder tunnel. I don't know either. Heard it the other day. Oh. Schultz, is it like a German? Ladder. No, ladder. This one. Why a different color? Oh, it's a shed. Don't worry about it. Can I actually deal damage with this? I feel like I can deal damage with this. I feel like I can do damage with this. Yes, gun spinning is a melee attack? Oh my god, okay. How about crossbow? Oh. It's a rule of cool one though. Not nearly as effective as the sickles. Fair enough. This one just doesn't deal damage because it's fake. Oh, it's ethereal. What? Riverton? Cigar? Okay, I'm lost, but it's okay. I can walk around a little bit more. Maybe I need to like... Okay, let's head back to the starting area. Maybe I'm missing something there. This is the way forward. I don't remember seeing any blue door anywhere. Which is very weird. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Oh. Oh, that is kind of scary though. What's with the red dot around? I mean, I don't know if you're seeing it, but I'm seeing it. The red dots. I don't know if my pixel can capture it though. What? That's a bit of a problem. Yeah, I got hit way too much. No. Oh, I should have tried this one. Something behind? Oh, I think it's the last true stage of this episode. True stage of this episode? What do you mean by true stage? Going down.
With his sparks, we take from men that which has never been taken before.
No, I'm gonna call it. It's a dragon. It sounds pretty like a dragon. Oh boy. Oh, my eyes. Dang it. How did I get here? I'm so confused. Wasn't there more riveter? It's got a cool voice. Jacob? Ah, lift? Lift what? Why am I lifting? Oh, ooh. Hey! There we go. Hunting rifle is still pretty strong. So, Kobo, any theories as to what the hell is happening in Dusk? All I can think of is just some demon influence is going on. Oh, hey, flashlight. Nice, I can see again. Yeah, I feel like that's all I can think of currently. But still, it's like I'm a treasure hunter. How do I even get involved in all of these stuff? Is the question.
Hello, and welcome.
Draco Rex, hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Oh my god. Like, why have we just left at this point? Right? Look at all the pets. Thank you, Muffin. It's so silly that you're just running around killing dudes just because you're like, but Chinese! Again, kobolds! The ruins help. I'm coming back here because I feel like there's something else here. But the music is really kicking in. Y'all about to get some answers? Oh, okay. You know what? I'm dying to get some answers. Let's go. We sold our souls for it. I want you to think about treasure. Isn't treasure just like the machine that destroys PC? Question mark. That one. Altars built of concrete, fed with blood and bone. Just what the hell is the infernal machine in the middle of a city that's filled with absolute amount of gore? That does raise the question, doesn't it? Yeah, I never thought about it, but it is not right to have the kind of machine lying anywhere at all. Do not. I was surprisingly calm on that one. secret? Hey! The city, not the town, but the whole city is basically completely barren. You're right. No matter where I go, it's just all yeah, cult members, soldiers, and scientists, and something that's inhumane. That's it. Like, really. So spooky. Hey, box though. Hey, want me to show you a trick? Oh. No, I promise it works. I'm flying. What the hell is going on exactly and why? I mean, if it's like in the same universe as Faith, all you can think of is like some demon influence. That's it. What is the infamous treasure hoard that exists beneath Dusk? Oh, that one I doesn't know. Is there a mention of treasure hoard somewhere? I don't like it.
Do you now see? Do you understand?
No, I don't. Why are you electrifying me? Am I moving? Why are you electrifying me? Press. It's not open, it says press. What do you mean press? What does this lead? Oh, I know where this leads. Fuck. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I mean, I kind of meant to do that. I just want to figure out everything. Alright, I'm sorry. Alright, let me get back real quick. Alright, it's gonna be a long fall again. Front flip. Oh yeah, with that fall, is it gonna break my flashlight again? Front flip! Oh, that's trippy as fuck. Front flip! That part is kinda clever too. Episode warning. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just didn't... No, even I don't know what's happening to the game too. The game's user space is fucking incredible. Be right back. Okay. Just gonna press. I fell down. I almost did 100%. Like, almost, like that. Maybe I'm good at the game. Looks like everything is gonna review itself soon. Question mark? The dig. The dig. No turning back now. That's where I came from. Okay. There's two of them. Okay, hunting rifle is really good against them. What is this again? Mortar? Riveter? Oh, it's a mortar. Alright, who wants some? I hope Asteroid and Green's not here. See? Didn't happen. You guys didn't see that. Is this secret? Uh-oh, I'm listening, but I guess I didn't see anything. Okay, good. Okay, good. Nothing happened. Or nothing bad happened. Definitely not. Definitely not red something. Nah. Ooh, spiky. Didn't happen. No! Explosion. Uh-oh. You want some? Stop. Right. Let's go. Oh no, we have moaning. Why do we have moaning? Ugh. Oh wait, I didn't save. It's okay, it's nothing much. Did I just kill two of them at once? Yo, I'm so good! Okay, I'm saving here. Uh-oh. I guess that was a little bit too much for my PC, huh? I'm a believer of guns and explosions. That's why we make so many mines, landmines, because we love explosions. Cobalt likes explosions. Whoop. Why is that rock friend of different color? Are you seeing that? Green and yellow? What? What? Oh my god. So many different colored friends. I cannot believe it. The good stuff. The rocks. Rock friend. Ow! Oh. That's gonna hurt. Please stop moaning. Ow! Hey, get killed by a pistol. Don't Kobo eat mice, that's why Dragon then clean? Really? I actually didn't know. I mean, I'm a kobold, but I didn't know.
He drove them out and invited us in.
who drove who out and invited who in. Uh-oh. I think that's all of them. I saved again. Where my jump? Hoop. 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 The best jumping noise ever. Hoop. Hoop. Oh yeah, I got a red key. So I guess now I can go back. Bren. It's Bren. It's a hoop. It's a hoop. Hoop, 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 hoop. Have I not used any mortar? Oh, is this Riveter? Oh, I think this is Riveter. Oops. I thought it's mortar. Okay, okay. Spooky. Oh, this one is yellow. Okay. Oop.
I was not afraid.
So Jacob invited the demons in. Sacred. Ah.
Kill him.
Oh, I can actually jump down here. I mean, I need to jump down. Hoop redeem? I guess like a hoot, a hoop sound. It's not bad. You know, something that you guys can, something like spammable fart noises, yip noises, and then a lot of people just redeem hoop, and it would be just be a hoop, all the hoop. I guess I'm jumping down. Hoop, hoop, hoop. Oh. Oh, spaghetti. Something behind me? Oh. There we go. That's a lot of pistol bullet. Hit the Kobo. Oh no, not the moaning bitch. Why are you moaning? 69 health. Nice. 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 Nice HP. Very nice. They turn us mad. That's why you call. That's why you keep calling a nobody fucking heretic and shit. I'm just here to get treasure, and then you guys are calling me like heretic or some shit. I don't understand. I believe in shiny. Shut up. I believe in Chinese and guns and explosions. Must be hard for someone to grapple that. And grapple that belief, huh? Sorry, what? Hi. No, my nice HP. Okay, that's a yellow key. Always amazing and cute bean. Wow, I'll take it. Something behind? Yeah, I heard. I was right. I heard something. I was right. I totally heard something. I'm actually cheating. I'm using wall hacks. That's why it's so good this game. I know where the enemies are exactly all the time, 200%. And I'm also aim hacking. I got a... oh, I got a yellow key. Okay. Yellow key, I need to go back then. Cowboy strong. Eating stones like they are feathers. Yeah, I mean, they can get deceptively strong. Sometimes. Not this one though. Oh! No, I know where they are. Me scared? Doesn't happen.
Heretic.
Oh hey, it's a key symbol. Ow. I can shoot vents, right? Yeah. Oh! Dang bully. Nah, actually I know where they are. I'm not even scared. Me? Here? No way. Oh. Mine. I feel like the game is giving me a lot of mortar shells. I should use them more. Hoop. 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 Jump. Excuse me. Thank you. Mortar good? Mortar is very good. But Cobalt like Dirks too? Yes? Of course. I'm a kobold. If the game would give you a Dirk or Shiny, would you do follow them for eternity? No question asked. I feel I should use a lot more of these explosive weapons. I feel like. Probably should. Because I'm not getting, I'm not taking these things and I feel kinda sad about it. Yep. It's safe, right?
Yep.
Maple syrup. Yep. We yippin'. Always yippin'.
Non-believer.
Oh yeah? Believe in this. Believe in this. Gonna love explosions. Oh, too close for comfort. Oh, too close for comfort. The second, the sequel. Why does it sound like honking? Like, it's not just me? Oh, is it just me? It sounds like honking. Oh my god, it's mine. Get away. Loot! What I got? Medical kit? Nice. Loot. Oh. I should use some of these. It's all good stuff in there. Also purple, nice, look at that. Purple is kind of rare in this game, it feels like. Wife on intoxicator. Oh my god, we found it, the wife on intoxicator. Oh! No, really? Here? Am I fighting it here? Son of intoxicator! I'm sorry. Sorry has to be done. Why the sound design? Save? Okay. I'm saving it between moaning. Don't worry about it. Oh, the twins! Wait, what? Wait, I did it? Oh, I guess Riveter is extremely strong then, okay. Sorry that I used all of it. But I guess that's a good time to use it, huh? They're giving me a lot of crossbow bolts though. Riveter good? Riveter is very, very strong. Never really realized it until now. I killed two moaning monster at once in a split second. And I think that says something about Riveter, doesn't it? End level? Can I get back? Can I get back and get all these Riveter delicious bullets? Fine. Look, it's okay. I'm pretty sure the game is gonna give me a lot more Riveter bullets, alright? Or maybe even not. Then it's okay, I'll improvise. With more explosions. Alright. You lie to me?! Alright, okay game, okay. Alright, okay game, okay. I see you, I see you. You know what? That got me good. That got me good. You can sleep in beds and sleeping bags to gain morale. I found that out on the first chapter. The gauntlet. Drink? Yes. Yes, I'll drink. Oh, I'm curious. Can you redeem the moisturize again? There's one thing I want to try. Can it interact with my hand? Like, if I do like it... Oh, I can. Wait. There you go. Okay. Bucket, good. Look at that. 12 riveter only. Oh. Ow. Looks like a boss fight. Oh. There's so many things I can interact with, not this one then. Oh! Hi. Why do you look like Kermit the Frog? Oh my god, this actually scared the shit. I almost shat my pants. Damn, this thing is tough. You have so much health, it's insane. You're just Kermit the Frog. Ow. Oh, what is this? I cannot... Looks like if I'm close to it, it doesn't do anything. Yes, it does. Okay, I'm sorry. I will never doubt you ever again. Does headshot work? Not sure if it does. I'm okay. It was this one first, right? I mean, I didn't even make... And that's why... It just destroys me if I get too close to it. Cold resisting the pets. No, I didn't. It's ridiculously deadly. Yeah. Each shot... Oh, wait, headshot does something? Oh my god. And whenever it opens its mouth, time to run. Oh. Got him!
Most impressive.
Oh, please say it to me like that again. Why do you sound like a dragon so much? So, I just missed these things entirely. Really? I should use more crossbow, it gives so much crossbow bullets. So you can leave these tunnels back to the main area and heal for... Oh, but I feel like that's gonna be a lot harder, no? 3 more to go. I feel like here is like more... You can also telefrag him by taking a teleporter to the spot he's standing and he'll explode. Oh. Oh, that's new. I actually didn't know that. 2 more to go. Jacob is not human just like you and me. Uh-oh, you don't say that, bro. Don't. Probably sounds like a dragon because he wanted to be a dragon. Okay, fair. Very fair. You're right. Okay, I came in here, I took that one, and I took that one and went, so now it's this one. I don't like it. Can I go back? Am I getting debated by music? The game will not do that, right? But I feel like I'm actually getting debated by the music. I am getting so debated by the music. There's no way I'm getting debated. Really? Okay, don't take the power up just in case the game pull out something that I don't expect. Which they definitely will. The Guardian can spawn in either tunnel, but only one will spawn. Which will we go through first? Oh, this one feels much better because of how much the bullet it's giving me. Look at this. It's insane. All the mortars, all the rivets, all the carrots, another power up. Something looks different. Wait, a lot of things look different. Excuse me? Oh, I came from here. Oh, this one opened. Go back, go back. I guess I have to go in. Oh! There's one secret that I didn't find, okay. I mean, the one secret looks like the entrance, and then on the top right side looks like that one.
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. SpongeBob. As you step into the unholy portal powered by ungodly means. I know how the portal to hell works. I would not say it again. it destroys my sanity. There's no doubt what you must do. Hubris and
SquarePants.
SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants. And fanaticism have woken something powerful, horrible beyond anything you can imagine. You must uncover the truth. Who knows what nightmares await you in the Nameless City? Let's go with chapter 3! Whoa, sick. So cool. The Nameless City. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, I only have sickles left. The sword is a silent takedown. At 100 or more health, hold attack to charge strike. Oh, that's why. Pew. Pew. Hoop. Yeah. Aim at the ass. My favorite way in the game. Yeah, I had it on chapter 1 too, and it's pretty good. Doop. Doop. This one is the level 2 secret in episode 1. Oh. Hi, how are you? What's your favorite shooter game so far? Ooh, that's hard to choose. I mean, even though I don't play as much shooter game, or like a lot. A single player wise, ooh, it's either... Doom Eternal feels really good, but there's also Gunfire Reborn, which I really enjoy. Counter-Strike 2 is up there too, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite one. I just enjoy it. Have you played Alien Shooter? If not, would recommend. The Fireteam Elite? Aliens Fireteam Elite? Question mark? No? I wanted to buy Alien Fireteam Elite, but people say the game crashes too much and it just dissuades me to buy it. Aliens looks hard. It's literally called Alien Shooter. Never heard of it, but I could check it out. So there's Vampire Hunter and Alien Shooter, okay? Dude! scared. I told you I'm wall hacking. You want some? Diamond mine. Also, I didn't think there's a parry. Is this a parry? Oh. At 50 or more morale, hold aim with the sword to block. Oh, something like that. Hmm? Soap! I found soap. Soup. The green gas. Okay. I kind of like it because it's kind of unique where an ability of the weapon relies on your health and morale or armor. It's kind of unique. I like it. Wait, what? Oh. A secret feels like death. Oh! Early mortar! I win. I got a red key. Oh! Okay. Ow! It's a good weapon. Pew, 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 pew. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Oh, yeah. Who will win? Oh! There you go. Shotgun bullet? Isn't like a shotgun somewhere? Oh! I actually didn't think it would work. thing destroyed my shiny, bro. Oh. You destroyed my shiny. Okay, there we go. Oh. Oh. Hey. Don't mind if I do. Crossbow bolts. What the heck? Oh, I know where this is. Ooh. That is a lot of Gem of Madness. What is that? We are all mad here. Not really. You guys don't. You guys only go mad when I throw the shinies at you. Kobo's smoking a blunt. Yeah, there's somebody shiny though. Whee! Oh, the shiny gas. Oh my god, yes. It's mine. It's all mine. Hi, Stray Man. These graphics bring back memories when I used to play Quake all night. Quake all night? Ooh. I never really played any like shooter games like this back then, because even games like this would scare the heck out of me. I was really afraid of first-person camera settings, which means any game that is like this, like first-person, will scare the crap out of me. I was that much of a pussy back then. No, not so much anymore. Whoa! Look at all the gas. Oof. That's why I hope you're doing it. It has been a while. It happened. Nah. Very important stuff. Gonna catalog all the diamonds possible. No. Good stuff, kill them. Nice, look at you. And then dance? Good job. Oop. Ow. Ow. Hard to believe that gore in these games back then were high quality. I mean, judging with the games I used to play, I can say if I were to play this game back then, like if I were to, these are pretty high quality. Honestly, the games that I played back then were all like flash games, you know, like hand-drawn and stuff. I never really know anything about these kind of like 3D assets or something like that, or it's just other than Maple Story that I know. Single file. Look at that. Got a crossbow, got a mortar. Already full on crossbow. I should use more. Flash games were my thing. I used to play a lot of Used to play a lot of those things. They are great. Flash games are heckin' amazing. Goodbye bitrate, by the way. Bye bye bitrate. Book.
Heretic. Sacrifice. Heretic.
Man, Y8 Y3 armor games. Those were the bomb. Oh! Why does it sound like gate opening? You know, like the metal gate opening.
Heretic.
Yeah. Hi. Bad dog. Yeah, bad dog. Are you trying to eat a kobold, huh? That was uncalled for. Oh, that's it? Feel like rather empty, huh? Two secrets night, all kills? Hell yeah. I'm so good. That's a nice skull. Don't take any damage in the level to get the untouchable award. No, I'm never doing that. Ever. Fire nice. I'm saving. What? Lava cannot harm you. Yo. Oh, do you respawn? Oh, you don't respawn, huh? Well, that's why I save, I guess. Oh! Oh! Ow! Are you saying that I have to be fast and not kill anything? You found the sword, it says. Double sword? Nuh-uh. Why are you T-posing? Music, why? Beetle? Oh my god, yeah, I like Beetle. I have a gun. Have gun, will shoot. I have gun, I will shoot. Beetle. Yeah, Beetle. Doom like music kicks in. It's heckin' amazing though. I absolutely like the music. Door opens elsewhere. Okay, I have to jump down then. Oop. 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 What kind of health pack is that? Are they fighting each other? It is so disorienting. Nice, that's a lot of shotgun bullets. I like it, I like it. Okay. Where am I going? I found a secret. Nice. Fight each other. Come on. Ow. Who's gonna win? It's a battle royale. Ow. It's a battle royale. Why am I not affected though? Oh, come on. Oh, 2 hits in? Why are you giving up? Oh, nice. That's 1 shotgun shell for that. Oh, 2 beetle? Nice. I got another gem. Whee! See, they got this, it's fine. Drink some beer. Shoot some bad guys. Ooh. Weird, how am I not affected by this? I mean, sure, to make me be affected by this, it's kinda hard to code in as well, I think. But I'm willing to believe that there's like a story going on for this. I can't. It's just... It's just Metal Gate noises. Let's go. Beer. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. Okay, just making sure. Oh, I'm back here. I have blue key. Cool. 12 shotgun shells.
Heretic.
Got him. What's this? Oh, nice.
Kill him. Heretic.
I kind of like the normal shotgun because I can just kind of snipe with it. The super shotgun is like big AoE, but they don't really snipe. They spread too much, which is not bad by all means. Just I prefer this one. Can I make it? I mean, even if I make it, the things that I cannot tell you. Ooh. But there might be a secret, no? Oh! It's okay, it's not that far. Maybe crouch jump? Jump crouch? Nope. It slows me down so much. Ow. Oh, okay. It's okay, we triggered the secret, that's all I want. Ooh. Ow. What? Am I in Skyrim? Three more to go, okay. hunting rifle somewhere. The mount? The demon cooling stun. Oh, that demount? What the hell is that? I think it could be like if I were to do this. Let me try. It looks kind of the same, the demount, but it's I think it's the demon cooling stun. I have to play like this because it uses a little bit less resources. Okay, I don't know what these are, but I'm killing them. Oh god. Nice. I think that's all of them. The waves of destruction. Oh, that could have helped. I guess I'm jumping down. Oh yeah, I got the red key. Yeah. Oh, I know where that is. What is this? Let me go back here for a little bit. Yeah, I remember. Wait, do I have full crossbow bolts again? Oh my god, okay. Just use crossbow. They give so much crossbow bolts in this chapter. Cool. Like it's not weak too. Fucking crossbow just destroys. End level? Oh no. Aha! Look at that! Alright, I'm satisfied. I'm sorry about the drum noises again. I mean, I don't see the point of practicing Chinese lion dance for a year just for Chinese New Year. Like they've been practicing this during after Chinese New Year, and then they've been doing this for months non-stop. It's like, I don't get it. Melee weapons can deflect projectiles back an enemy. Really? Okay. City of Shadows. Cool beans. That's a big place. Oh my god. The story to this game is confusing but at the same time unique. It is very unique. Confusing a little bit, yeah. It's something like Faith, and according to Brian, this game has the same universe as Faith, which intrigues me so much more. Because I just recently finished Faith and it was heckin' amazing.
Kill him. Sacrifice. Heretic. Sacrifice.
More money. Oh god, I don't even know where I am anymore.
Heretic.
Don't you even try, I'm not scared. Is there more demons? Sounds like it's here somewhere. It sounds very close. Oh, there it is. Nah. Super shotgun. Heck yeah. Red. Oh, yikey beaky, ow. tough one. I walk into it.
Heretic, heretic.
Ooh. Nice. That's a really strong box. It can withstand gravity but not bullets. Still opens elsewhere? Okay. I know I mentioned this multiple times already, but man, do I miss playing Chains Lion Dance myself. It's great. But too bad my physicality doesn't allow me to do it. If I get hurt too much, like my my diabetes is probably gonna not let me recover my injuries as fast. House opens. That's not ominous. Red key. Don't go in the well. The well opens. Well, joke's on you, I'm a kobold. You don't tell a kobold what not to do, game. I told you multiple times already. If you tell a kobold what not to do, kobold will do. Ow. So a house in a well opens, huh? I know where the well is, I think. Got him. What? Are you just moving with your... Huh? Okay, I guess. Diamond. I forgot to catalog it. Have the yellow key still. Okay. The house opens here, I believe. Yeah, there it is. No needles. No drugs for me, thanks, but I add this. No drugs, but shinies. The shiny is always welcome. Very important stuff. They say don't go into the well, right? I'm gonna save here. Don't know if I would draw or some shit. Whoa. It's not like a whole underground city or some shit. Ah! I hate it! It just go boah. 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 Gonna lyric? Okay, have good luck, Shana. Can get intimidated by that sound, I'm sorry. No, it's all good. I mean, I got scared by how it looks, but the boah is just something else. Boah. The shadow sunk our city. His monsters stripped our bones. The water rises. Uh-oh. I don't know if that's good or bad. But, boah. Dang, those sticks are tough. So I came from here, right? Boah. Kill Godslayer, hey. Okay, go like way up. Oop, oop, oop. Oh, I've been here. It's a secret that I found the first thing. Cool beans. Alright, let's go to the yellow door. Oh, I thought there's like some sort of shiny that I can take. It's just someone else's sword. Safe. Boah. Oh my god, there's so many bois. Boah. Why are they so scary but they boah? What's the reason behind this? You see how scary they are? And then they boah? Why are you trying to boah, huh? The fuck? One fish, two fish, red fish, dead fish. To intimidate you. But they boah! Boah is not scary, it's funny. And one more is a pet, they cute. Maybe if they change their appearance a little bit, yeah. They scare me a little bit, appearance wise. But the sound, God tier. Boah. The good old boah. Can I get up here? I love how I don't drown. What kind of creature am I that I don't drown? And I can shoot guns underwater. That doesn't make sense. Wow. Whoa. Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like I missed a bunch of stuff. Boah. Boah. Enemies move faster and hit harder on Ceromado difficulty. Don't know what that means. Crypt of the Flesh. Ow.
Embrace the darkness.
I broke my flashlight again, asshat. Mushroom? I don't like the noise. The basement door opens. This one? Yeah, no. I need a drink for this. Yeah, everything is fine. Everything is fine. The hell is that? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Huh. I mean, I guess I can jump down. Oh, it's a dead end. Okay. Well then. Oh, ugh, trypophobia. Oh, yucky. Oh, I don't like. Ah, fuck. Ugh. I didn't think there's gonna be trypophobia. I'm gagging. I'm sorry, I don't like it. Whew. I mean, do I have to go down? Oh. Oh god. Just go through this. Oh. Why? This is the worst part of the game. Okay. Okay, I'm out. You don't put trypophobia shit. Hello, old friend, it says. Sleep? Sorry, I just have trypophobia. I cannot handle that. Wow, I really don't know what you are. Gosh diggity dang, I hate it. They're so fast too.
The closer they got, the more they suffered.
Oh. My curiosity helped me. Cool beans. That's a secret? Okay. The sound design, fuck. It's so bad, it's so good because it's so horrifying. I saw that. Sorry, rat. Man, I'm gonna put like a trypophobia warning and then... Sorry. An epilepsy warning. God, the sound. Dead end. Flashlight. It's not much, but it helps. I got a blue key too, right? Yeah, I got the blue key. Just a second, just a second. There's nothing behind here.
Heretic, heretic. Heretic.
It's a spooky stage, this one. Deeper.
Heretic.
Ooh. This is new, right? Oh. Yeah, this is new. Ow. Oh my god. Did something else talk? Let me get back up and get some crossbow bullets. I think it was around here, question mark? Oops, I used all of them. It's okay. Ooh. The alcove opens. What's an alcove? I'm not too sure what an alcove is. Uh-oh. Oh, that's an alcove. Okay. I don't like that. Oh, I'm back here. I know this place. It's the starting area. You found the horrors? Yeah, it's spooky. Scared the bejesus out of me. I have a red key, but I'm gonna look around a little bit. What was happening when I was in the dark? I don't want to jump down there. That place made me gag. Jacob gave one of these to Gary as a gift, you remember? Well, you're right. Yeah, the monster I fought in Faith Survival Mode, I remember that being Gary's pet. 3 hours gone for so long, man. It's okay, Brian, it's okay. No, don't be sorry about it, it's okay. It's your wife we're talking about. It's very important, very important. So I guess I'm gonna go open up the red door. Yeah, like I mentioned, this game does not pull punches when it comes to horror shit. But this, I don't appreciate. Right? This. The trypophobia stuff, I gagged and I couldn't proceed for a little bit. I have like, I think borderline or like just trypophobia in general. I cannot handle stuff like that. So it's kind of sad that there's like trypophobia involved. But I understand. Wait, no. Okay, I'm okay. It's just a game. It's just a game. Yeah, it's not good, but I'm gonna power through this. Trust me, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Look, I've been through this. I've been through this. This is... Whew, it's just gonna need some bracing. It's okay. This is not good. This is not good. But everything up to this part is absolutely amazing. Just the trypophobia might be a little bit excessive. Just... yeah, just get through this fast. Just... Thanks. Let me just get out of here. You want me to look around? Okay. Okay. End level? Whew. Take me out, baby. I don't like that stage. It's just... It is just the trypophobia that caught me off guard. I have to hold back from my gag reflexes. It's good. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. You did it. I did it. Blasphemy. Yeah, let's save here. The plush. God, I love the plushie. Dink. I'm gonna drink. One more for good measure. All right. I actually have chrysanthemum tea and also just water. I'll drink both. Thanks for head pets. Head pet good. Head pet good. You deserve. I deserve. This level is so cool. Oh my god. Oh, it's chanting and music, my favorite thing. Yes. That's how you know you're about to get fucked up. That's how you know when chanting begins in the game. You know you're in for some shit. Oh, let's do it. Let's go. No one saw that. That's a... Okay, fine. Okay, that's one. Immediately iconic. I could use the hunting rifle, yeah. There it is. More crossbow? Don't neglect that sword. Oh yeah. But I feel like I want to play with guns first. Oh. It's a wonderful weapon to save ammo with. Honestly, yeah, it is. I feel like I have plenty of ammo for now. So I mean for now the ammo is like very healthy. Is this mortar? I have full mortar? Shotguns? Okay, full shotguns, full hunting rifle. Let's use those. A bunch of mortar here, pistol ammo. Sword, rubber shotgun. Crossbow was a fantastic choice for the encounter. I was surprised too, because over there they gave me a bunch of crossbow ammo. It's like, yeah, sure, let's use that, and it worked out to my favor. Dogs, dogs, come here, dogs. Yeah, destroy them. Oh wow, that actually worked. Destroy, dog, destroy. Be a good boy. Come on, be a good boy. Let's go. They just destroyed each other. Okay, that was a huge ammo save. Oh, I got this one. Bunch of rifle ammo. Temple door opens. Oh no. Okay, good. Got them. They good. They really good. They good. They good. Okay, they good a really healthy amount of ammo. Not gonna lie, so it's good. I don't need to save ammo. They good healthy amount of ammo. Look at that. Look at the amount of ammo that it gives. Insane. Boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, boss fight. Oh, I'm out. Boss fight. Whee! Can you track this? No? Oh, wait, that temple bell noise is reversed. Oh, that's cool. I'm saving here. Maybe it's a bad idea to save after I shoot it twice. Sorry. I might have fucked up something. The restaurant brings the stench of rotten meat. I'm sure. What? You will not you will not follow me with my speed? Oh my god. I guess I'm not supposed to do that. Oh. Come on, just stand on it, stand on it, stand on it. I dodged it. Okay, then. Well, it's destroyed now. Whoa. The type of tornado has a nickname here in the south. We call something like that the finger of God. Yo, oh my god, that's kinda cool. Okay, okay. Finger of God. That's a cool name for a tornado. Because I know how destructive I don't know how destructive a tornado can be, but I heard how destructive it can be. Like I heard so many like news articles about how destructive a hurricane or a tornado can be. So to name that kind of tornado the finger of God, you know they're not messing around. I mean, why do this? Whee! Oh, that's fun. So it's like these guys are hiding from the tornado, and I just barge in and kills everyone. And then like, thanks game. Thanks random person that's trying to treasure hunt. Rock? A backpack full of ammo? That's the first time I've found that item. It's fucking terrifying. It's an amazing name. Yes and yes. Rainbow. Rainbow Sunshine Shiny. Kingdom Hearts 2. I played the game, by the way. Kingdom Hearts 1 too. Kingdom Hearts. Look at these things. 300 pistol ammo. I mean, I feel like I can just like jump down, but I don't wanna. I know that sound. Uh-oh. Are they coming up? Don't! Don't! There we go. Oh, let's go. What a riff. Oh, yeah, this goes so hard. Okay. You fucking love this level? Honestly, me too. It goes so hard. Secret. Wait, where am I going? Oh. Ooh. Kill him, dog. Don't worry, I got it. Oh, the music goes so hard. I'm in love. Who just says brother? Ow. Oh, cool beans. What does that do? What does that do? Secret? Secret number 2? Nice, this deserves a explosion. Whee! Actually, another one. Oh, another secret in the secret? Damn, this level is loaded with secrets. Okay, I like it. I like it. Makes me feel very accomplished. I feel accomplished finding 1, 2, 3 secrets at once. Oh, I've been here. Oh, I've been here too. Oh. Hmm. This one? Wait, my right hand suddenly feels like white noise. That's weird. Okay, it's good. Oh! Riveter! Safe. Oh. I didn't get to listen to the music. No, I shouldn't have cheesed. I'm sorry, game. Please, please bless me with your music again. No, I want the music. Dang it, I shouldn't have cheesed. Is that the portal to hell? Is that pizza? Pizza. Oh, it's in level. Okay. Earn the completionist award. Oh! Completionist! My first ever completionist! I am so good. Oh, are we back at this horror? Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, hey, look, it's Gary's pet. Right? That's Gary's pet. Welcome to hell. Sure thing, man. Hell yeah, let's go. I am pumped. I am pumped. Oh. Who wants soap? Who wants soap? Soap. Ooh. They're giving me, why not use them? On the red key. That was hella fun. Can I just climb on the ceiling? Oh my god. Huh. Oh. Sure don't like that. Oh. Two beans. Oh boy. Music is bumping. Oh. I am finding secrets left and right. Wait. The power-up stacks? Oh my god, the power-up stacks? No one told me that. The power-up stacks. That's wild. This place condemned. Maybe. No, not when I'm here. I'm just here trying to find shinies. I feel intoxicated. I'm trying to find intoxicator. Haha. Got him. Now we're playing Doom. We were playing Dust and now we're playing Doom. Is there gonna be another needle guy here? Another needle guy just like, ha ha ha. No? Okay, I respect that. Oh. What even is this place? Yeah, I should put like epilepsy warning on YouTube for this one. 69 morale, nice. I just realized. Can I actually... Oh. I thought I was being a gamer. Hi? It has been a while. Time for spooks. That's all a riveter. I should use some. Crossbow bolts? Oh my god, yes. Welcome back? How do you know welcome back? What do you mean? Hey! Okay. Oh my god, the music goes in this stage. Let's go. Wait, I can just jump. I cannot jump down. Looks dangerous. Okay. No, I don't like this. Why there's so many branching paths? I want to explore everything, and then you gave me so much branching path. Maybe they all lead to one place. Probably. I lost my direction. This is bad. Okay, I came from here. Okay, just looks like it all goes into this one place. Okay, at least that's good to know. Ow! Front flip. We're back at stage 1 again? It's not like stage 1, but... Damn, this is so cool though! This one goes back? Oh, okay. Alright, and level. Nice. Didn't find all the secrets by, killing everything. Sounds good, feels good. Thanks. I'm home?
So how's your game going so far, tiny fluffy dragon?
Tiny fluffy dragon? The game's going pretty good, not gonna lie. I'm enjoying all the spooks and all the action. It's super well made. At least to me, I'm enjoying it a heck lot. I'll take the tiny fluffy dragon. I mean, honestly, isn't that what kobolds are? Kobolds are essentially tiny dragons. Oh man, I thought the slash would work. I could help you like, how's your game going so far? Slash. What? Front flip. Oh! Wow! Oh my god, fuck right off. Thank you. Alright, don't worry about it. What is that? They're supposed to pause the sentence for some time, then talk again. Oh, maybe you could try... I don't know if it's gonna work, but... multiple periods, question mark? I'm not too sure how this works, this TTS. Dutch! Oh! No. I was... I don't want it. Oh, that is trippy as fuck. I guess I'm good. Oh my god, what am I looking at? You couldn't say brother when I can't see shit.
I will try again, to see if it works.
A little bit? Oh no. It doesn't work, Sag. Oh. No, this stage sucks. Why? Oh my god, I can't shoot like this, you asshat. What? Where am I falling? I'm so disoriented. Okay, this is jump, so this is down. It's cool on paper, but man, does this destroy my everything? Oh, I missed it. Oh my god, it's so what? 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 That's not. Okay, that's not it, game. Up, down, left, right. This is objectively the worst stage ever. If you're gonna change my orientation, don't have enemies that keeps chasing you. They can shoot you from way beyond. I just looked at it. Yeah, that was mega trippy. Hey, it looks like it's needed too. Oh. Actually, guys, I want to take a small break. I know it's very sudden, but I want to take a small break. But in the meantime, you guys can look at this amazing Tekken music. And I mean, look at it and listen to it. I have been listening to this for the longest time. Well, not for the longest time, but I've been listening to this lately. Look at that! I cannot wait to play Tekken 8, by the way. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to... I cannot see that. Let's put it on... here. And then... this. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's in first. I'll be right back. Hey. I'm back. Sorry about that, just wanted to go toilet for a little bit. I'm back. Let's continue the DUSK. The DUSK can also... I mean, it's quite a suffering too, because that stage is trippy as heck. I don't like it. Hey, okay, we're back. Fucking... Yeah, stay inside. Stay inside. Ooh, beer, beer, ooh, beer, ooh. Where's the chain noises? I don't have the red key. That was so loud. Alright. I guess I'm not supposed to be here first? Question mark? Yeah, most likely. Oh. Oh. So I guess I was right going there first. Like this place. Why am I doing that? Oh. The carnage is already happening, huh? What even the fuck is this thing? Okay, save here. And touch this. Ooh. Oh my god, my brain doesn't register this well. This is actually giving me a headache. What? Why? Okay, okay. Dodge the trees, go to the house. Okay. Can do... Fuck? I think we are supposed to be here. That. Oh my god. It's the front flip. What would you front flip? It's cool, but don't front flip here. I cannot. I'm mega disoriented. Don't do that. Okay. I need to touch that, I think. Good god. Oh my god. See, if you guys are wondering what's happening right now, like my mouse, sometimes when I move left or right, it gets like inverted sometimes, and I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, maybe I need to touch that. Touching it. Oh my god. Whew, okay. I guess that worked out. I'm gonna save here. Is this like another person's house? So now you want me to play the guessing game? That house. The neighboring garage opens. Oh my god. What the? A carcass of some sort. You right? This garage? Oh no! Hey, cool beans. How can I be here? Oh. Will you burn alive? Oh no. Boop. Boop. Fuck. It hurts to remember. Oh no. I thought the time play myself. Not this time, asshat. Oh no. Did you make a pact with the devil as well, protagonist? But how would you make a pact with the devil? Because you are like a treasure hunter. Don't wanna go down there, too many frogs. Sorry for bullets, okay. So this is the revelation, huh? This door opens elsewhere. Hmm? Good God, it's just deforestation going on. Not my trees. Okay, all good. I'm gonna wait, no, the door open, right? Oh boy. My goddamn trees! Ah! Isn't this where the thing was? Like, this is chapter 2. Am I having some sort of flashback? I must be, right? I must be. Together, my character knew Jacob? Yeah, get me out of here. I don't want to play this stage again. Get me out. Oh, I killed everything and found 2 seeds. That's actually pretty good. Good. You know, good. I don't want to come back here. Look out for cracked walls. They can be opened with explosive. I did found some. As above, so below. I should save. As above, so below, may the suffering of prophets be amplified 100-fold for the deeds done by sinners. Read it somewhere? Yeah, it looks like it's very religious stuff from DUSK and also from Faith. Ow. Uh oh, my input's getting eaten. Cracked wall back there? Does this count as cracked wall? Looks like the whole texture is like this. Alright, let me try it. More time. Doesn't look like it. The back? Oh, this one? Oh, you're right. But this secret doesn't look so friendly. Why is it all ha ha ha? Full morale, full health. Holy. Actually didn't see the cracked wall here. Good shit. Uh-oh. I would like to brag of eagle eyes, but I meant the stone wall hall, but hey, it works, I guess. Hey, no one knows, it's okay. No one knows. That's the most important stuff. You meant that cracked glass wall. I knew it. Honestly, it's gonna be the death of me. Hey, we both. You and me both, right? You and me both. Going down. Nice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I hear moaning. Oh, yeah. Wait, can I use this on the moaning enemy? Probably. I'll come back afterwards. Hi. It works? Leo, let's go. Go get him. Go get him. Yeah, lead the way. I? Oh! Well, she's doing something. Woohoo, lucky. Book. Yeet. Yeet. Let me go back real quick. There's a few things I want to take. Yeah, all the bullets. Oh my god. This is the second stage. Nice. That works. Oh my god, this is a more fucked up second stage. Ooh, hey. Nice. Probably need to jump down. Whoa! Okay, we're camouflaged. Right, I'm jumping down. Where's my crystal? Oh god, I have no time.
Heretic.
Am I supposed to jump down there? I mean, I don't see any other way to go. I'm saving here. Going down. Okay! Guess I'm not supposed to be there, huh? Then where am I supposed to go? Can I like go back here? Is there like other way that I can go? Uh-oh. Kobold such as puppy dragons change my mind. Yeah. I mean, puppy dragons? Maybe fun-sized dragon? See, we are not just puppy per se. We don't just listen. Oh, hey, what's this? Oh, hey, it's the upside down point toilet. Cool. Oh. Yeah, jump down. So trippy. I'm so confused. Oh, I'm back here. I don't have a yellow key though. Oh. I must have messed up somewhere. Alright, I'm jumping down again. No. Not without my shiny. Going down. Hi, Wolfie. It's been a while. I hope you're doing good. Also, you're the cute kobold. You know what? Kobolds are cute. Oh, no! No! Oh, I don't know where this is though. Oh, fine. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, I know where that is. But I don't know how much I did. Oh, fine. Oh yeah, I don't know if I said it, but I hope you're doing good, Wolfie. V has returned. Nice. Welcome back. Trust your eyes? I'm having mixed signals here, game. You told me not to trust my eyes, and now you want me to trust my eyes. It's a little bit hard for a kobold though. Doing good? Nice! Good to know. How is you, cute kobold? Wow! I'm doing pretty good. I'm enjoying this game a lot. This game is fun as heck. Very spooky too. Oh yeah? Maybe I shouldn't be using that here. Alright. Got distracted by my cute friend in VR chat. That sounds nice. That sounds good. That sounds like a good distraction. Oh, I don't like that. I need a smoke. Cobalt smoking. I don't smoke, by the way. I don't know. I personally feel like, I mean, maybe because my dad smokes so much, I don't like it. 69 health. I'm keeping it that way. All right.
So small. So powerless.
Hello, I'm not powerless, mind you. I may be small, but I'm not powerless. I have guns. Don't make me use it. Because I will. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead, I lied. Uh-oh. What is that? Is that like a huge beer? The VR chat was fun. I had an account. I feel overwhelmed every time I go to VR chat. I wanted to have a good time in VR chat, I really do. But every time I go there, it's just so overwhelming. I guess it's just too many people, in my opinion. Don't like them drifting towards Facebook ways of sending my info away. Oh yeah, that too. Not the best way of handling information, not gonna lie. But you say you were so small, so now... Oh, he did say you were so small. Oh, you're right. I never... Wait, I never realized I'm so small. Cobalt dream came true. What? No. Dino Force Master. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Hope you're doing good. We're coming. Don't like that. Oh, I came from here. Hello, good to see another scaly streaming. Nice. More scaly the better. I mean, I like dragons, definitely. The dragon good. Maybe I'm biased because I'm a kobold, but the dragon good. No. Not the moaning. Oh, yikey beaky, I don't like that. Oh, they come up from here? Come on, you don't just moan like that. I didn't save. I forgot to save. I'm okay. I forgot to save. I'm fine. I'm a dinosaur dragon? Yo. Two of the best things together. Nice. A dinosaur and dragon. Okay, I know how to deal with this. Dinosaur though. I always love parasaurs so much. Something about them is just so adorable. But of course there's a lot of other kinds of dinos out there that's also very adorable. Hey Wendigo! Do you want some shiny? I have a shiny for you. Take it!
So small. So powerless.
So powerless, as if. Look at my gun. I also have my lizard brother Lizal Force. Isn't Lizal Force from... Hey, I'm thinking... From Zelda, I think? I mean, I might be wrong, but I vaguely remember because I played a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom. Never really get to finish the game though. Actually, I thought we could use that. I hate these things. Explosion! Explosion! Oh, yikey peeky, no. That's right. Oh, I don't like that. Ooh, I don't like that. Ow. Oh. Hi! I mean, not only I'm small, my enemies are pretty small too. I'll take that as a win. Door? Oh, door! I found a secret. It's so tiny though. Little neck. Alright, oh, cute. Yeah, that was cute. Me and him are both from Zelda. Ah, I'm more powerful as my dragon mom is a wind dragon. Dragon mom though. Gosh, I need that. A backpack full of ammo. Did it just fill up my whole... Oh my god. That filled up my whole... That is that. It's so small. The kobold needs a dragon mom too. Save here, save here. Oop. There we go. It works. Close to death though. I'm also a cat lover. I like both cats and dogs, I feel like. Ow. Cats more than dogs? Or is that less than? I don't know how that marking works. Oh, it's so small. Now I'm big. Cats rule and dogs rule. I don't know. I like both. That works. Broken ammo. Like, to me, they both have their own charm. I tired my friend now, then he's gone to sleep. I mean, chanting can be exhausting, believe it or not. I was there. I know this place. Wait, I know this place. My ears are bleeding, but I know this place. Wasn't there like a teleporter that says don't and I just immediately come in because I'm a kobold? Never tell a kobold what to do. Oh no, give me a second. Ribata! I almost died, 2 health. Ooh. Oh, that's not from outside. It looks like this stage is just me going back to the previous stages. I mean, it sure feels that way. Nice. One thing I love the most is scalies. I love scalies. Hey, you can say that again. Me too. I mean, it is the sole reason why I made myself a kobold, and I went from a cryptid to a kobold. Because I actually love dragons so much. And not just dragons, honestly, scalies in general. I'm back here. Like, I know it's kind of wild, but I do have like a dragon sipping corner in my in my Discord. Oh, I have the yellow key now. I remember there's like a money bags around here. Yeah, and health kits. I do have a tarantula form which has more love. Tarantula character is definitely rare. Like very rare. Or like arachnid in general, I would say. Hi Fang. Look Fang. Beans. Beans. Hi. Is this everyone? I'm good, I'm good. I love being one a lot. These are for saw me transfer into one. Broke my armor though. The kobold in motion? What do you mean? I've always been in motion. It's really been a while. Yeah. See? Now you got... Now I can offer...
Well then, it's time for me to leave. I must say something super important to you. Hamburger cheeseburger Big Mac Whopper. Hamburger cheeseburger Big Mac Whopper. Hamburger cheeseburger Big Mac Whopper.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry now. Also, take care, King of Godslayer.
Sacrifice.
No. No, you have I not? I mean, I can move my face. Does it not count?
Non-believer.
Ow! Asshat. Something here? Money? I like it. More shiny. Hello, fuzzy dragon one. I'll take it. I'm a kobold, but I'll take it. Hi, Elliot. It's okay that games. Oh, mood. Oh, Nuh-uh. Oh, hi. That was a little spicy. It's the symbol again, but this time it's upside down. That symbol. Is that kitty? Oh my god, look at that kitty. You know, kitty is great, but Blep is perfect. Memories try and crumble. Do they now? Do they? I don't think so. We're gonna see if we can have you catch anything random tasked. Is it possible? Right. Hey, come here. I'm ready. I got two hands up. Come. Do it. Do it. I'm ready. From both sides. Uh-huh. I didn't even see the ball. I didn't even see the ball. How about throw multiple things at once? Don't worry, I can take it. I'm gonna catch it with my one single finger bone. I don't even see the ball. Did I mess up the collider settings maybe? I don't know. I didn't change anything. Oh. It's not letting you? What did you do? What's that emo? That's so adorable. Oh, that's Seal! Oh my god, Seal. Yeah, Seal's great.
Kill the intruder.
Who the intruder? Who the intruder? You never tell. What's here? Oh, it's nothing. I don't know. Your secrets are laid bare. Are they now? I should save. Nah. Don't even. That's right. Gaming. Is this game multiplayer? I saw that there's like a DUSK world where it allows multiplayer, but I never tried it. It's like my second day of playing DUSK, and I've been loving it. End level? Complete the circle? Can I not complete the circle? Can I just not? Ooh, red. Red? No. No. Red? No. Red? What kind of circle are you talking about? Why am I here? Is it a secret? I'm stuck. How goes the hunting, treasure hunting? Hi, Valentine. Hello. Also, the treasure hunting goes pretty good, but I feel like I'm in some sort of a cult. DUSK Online is a thing, it's pretty cool, but the idea is just the main story. That's fair enough. Also, I hope you're doing good. The game is puzzles, I'm not good at solving them. Same. I really cannot handle puzzles. But I made it, so I guess. Ow! It has some puzzles, some. This is the first level in reverse. That's messed up. There's a secret level hidden in each chapter. Can you find them all? No. I am terrible in finding secrets. The Dweller in Darkness. Oh fuck. Oh, no.
Show us that you are worthy.
Am I though? I actually didn't think it would work. Oh, wait. Eat. That's mine. What? Well, now I'm falling. Am I? What? Yeah, hey, that was worth a shot.
Show us that you are worthy.
Gonna reset the loop. Good luck, Strummer. I hate this part. No! I'm scared. Hey, so... You... Oh, you want to play? Let's go. It's a little bit hard to aim at. Look, I played Doom Eternal, okay? Take it. Whoa! Thank you. I don't like these guys. I know these things. Keep. Ow. Ow. Aw. I mean, I guess I could just change to this one. Hi, how you doing? Oh, there it is. Pretty sure there's gonna be more than 3, question mark? Yeah, there's 4. I heard another boost. Yeah. Wait, there's more? What the oh shit? Okay, there's a lot more. Okay. Keep flying, everything is fine. Killing Wendy Goose with Peter. I'm sure it's fine. I'm pretty sure I'm hitting them, right? You call them moves? No, Wendy Goo. Wendy Goo. Yay! I'm not supposed to do this. Hi? Oh, hi, Tinkte. Thanks for the 5 DM. I haven't changed the alert yet. Are they dying? I don't know. Oh, let's go! Ronaldinho Soxer. Salah picit? It's okay. Thanks for the 69 bits. Also, yeah, happy Sunday. Tolong, tolong, oh my god. At least I'm killing them. Health is looking fine. Oh no, they took drugs? Oh, I'm not supposed to take drugs. Shit. I hope that doesn't change the ending. Oh no. Hi. Oh, rats. Rats, okay. I mean, rats, I need this. Sorry, Breen and Astro. Red. Red. Ow. Red. Red. That's hard to aim. Yikey beaky. Get away from me. Oh my god, these things are hard to aim. Hi, Gogeta. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, time to bring out the big guns. Haha.
Input. Yep. Yep. Oh, yep. Yep. Yep, Gogeta. That's... oh, yep. Oh, yep.
Show us that you are worthy.
Yep. 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 Yeah. 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 Yep. Oh my god, yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Ah, yep. Oh, yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
You sound different now? Oh yeah, because the yip redeem went off. Also yes, I saw your Jakob pose. It's heckin' perfect. That pose is fitting for a couple. Got him. Wait, are they infighting? I think they kinda are. Ow. Also, I assume you're back from ads, Gogeta. Hope you're doing good. Also, hi Fire Snack. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. There were like 5 of them, no? Oh, there it is. Oh, no. Okay, all good. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's more. Last one. This is like the most wildest thing ever. I couldn't imagine trying to get untouchable for this stage. There we go. Ooh. Oh. Still these guys. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, this is so hard to aim. They're so small. Or maybe? Away! 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 Don't, no touchy! That was bad. How did I get that? Wee wee wee. Oh, I like it. Am I moving? I'm actually slowly moving and then they are just not moving. That's fucked. Oh! This is a cool power up. Oh. Okay, there we go. I had fun. Ooh. Oh. Did they just eat each other? Ooh. Guess you hear the goddamn moan. So this is the last stage, question mark? I mean, it's very climatic, I would say. You are serious about this, okay? Do I have this? Yeah, oh yeah, alright. There has to be more. I don't trust this. There's gonna be more. Unless there's no, then I win. I'm kinda surprised that I did this on second try though. Just a little bit surprised because I didn't think I can get this in the second try. I feel I'm probably gonna do like a lot more tries, but guess not. And I'll take it. Unless there's more, then everything that I'm saying right now is dumb.
Excellent. Then come to us.
Alright. And level, okay. I think the secret is from the round start, like behind. I never know what version console she's playing. I only beat PC and Switch. This is the PC version. Bhop. Yeah, don't be like that, man. It's the PC version of Dusk. How do I do? Do I just stand up here? I mean, if I'm playing this on Game Boy Color, it's kind of pog. Ow. You know, it's been a while. This is very important. This is important stuff for a kobold, right? Important stuff. There we go. Oh wow, you changed. Time to end this? What? Time to end what? Here. Uh-oh. Why are there like soap everywhere on stage? Like each stage has like a soap that's very hidden away. Why? Oh, am I supposed to offer the shiny into this thing? God damn it, I don't like it. Is it gonna be like the last boss or something? Soriko's best weapon in the game? A lot of people have been saying that. It says that it deals like some ridiculous amount of damage to one single target. But then again, this game's like swarming with enemy. And getting and then trying to lift the soap is kinda hard. What if I break this? Oh, what if I break this? I'm saving. We? Wait, huh? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Did it break? Is it gone? Oh, it doesn't break! Ooh. This is like the most non-fragile. Ever try blood? If you like this, it'll be either alley. Blood. No. I played. This is like after I played Faith, and then people were saying, oh, Brian saying that this game is like very close to Faith, like happening in the same universe of some kind, and I just got very curious. And then I'm here playing this. I don't like it. Is the bitrate gone? Bitrate goes baba? Is that Jacob? Are you Jacob low salt high fiber cracker, or are you Jacob cream crackers?
At last. You finally arrived.
You are not a dragon.
You shall be my final test.
Sure. Let me spray. This how you want to play, huh? This way you want to play, huh? I played Ultra Kill. I know how to play this game. Get out of here. It's doing bunny hop as well. Thanks, game. I hear the little hop. I'm sorry, why is this so funny? Wait. He's doing hope. I'm training my aim, I guess. So is him. Come here. Come here. Don't bunny hop. Oh yeah, no. The game acknowledges that bunny hop is really easy to do. I can respect that. This is kinda hard. I don't know if I'm even killing him. At least the music is really good. Damn, Jakob is going in. Looks like you upgrade from low salt high fiber to cream crackers. Please don't go to sugar crackers. They're too sweet. There has to be a better way to deal with this. Is it because I'm bunny hopping so that it's bunny hopping as well? What if I just stop? Nope, it's still bunny hops. He always looks so derpy. Honestly, for game graphics that's like 1999 or something like that, old game graphics, I don't blame them. That looks pretty okay. Also, it has its own charm. The charm of being derpy. Maybe I should like... Hard. I guess being busy.
No, you can't betray me. My disciples!
Oh, they're helping me. Unworthy! 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 Unworthy indeed. Because I'm worthy. My bunny hopping skills is way better than yours, Jakob. Low salt, high fiber biscuit. I win. It gives no illumination. Really, no? You just tell me the flashlight doesn't give any illumination? You're just gonna say that, okay? I'm going in. I'm out of bullets, except for crossbow.
He was worthy, you know. And he accomplished so much. But then, you came along. You who were stronger. You who were faster. You I like better.
Are you Gary?
Who did you expect at the end of all of this? God? The devil,
The
perhaps?
sound acting is... The voice acting is so good.
It's just
Gary?
me.
Gary? Nyala tortip! Nyala tortip! Ah! No! Asshat, I didn't even think about that. Well, time to bunny hop my way to victory once more. And to test my aim once more. Hey, look. Save. It doesn't help. Save. Hey, fuck me. Hey, Jakob. We meet again.
At last. You finally arrived.
Let me see if I can get the initial cut.
You shall be my final test.
Ah, fuck. I really tried. It's just the bunny hopping is so funny, the noises. The game knows, like the game knows. It's conscious about it, the hoop noises and the bunny hopping. Yeah, the game knows. It's amazing. Oh, I'm actually doing a lot of damage using pistol. I'm surprised. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. If this hits, I'm gonna cry. Oh. That didn't hit. That didn't hit. Oh, that hits! Oh my god. I'm the best. That hit again! I'm too good at this game. I'm a menace. Alright, yikes. I feel like normal shotgun is better with range. Just a tad bit better. Oh my god. Ooh, that was a bad idea. The projectile is so slow with this one. Did he just explode? Jacob can hurt himself?
No, you can't betray me! My disciples!
That hurt. Get bunny hopped. Auto rifle and riveter got me through this section. I forgot! I have riveter! It's okay. I didn't even use my mortar as well. Alright. Save! Thank you, Baramos. Save. You know, this time, make a new save. Fiber crackers. Okay, there we go. Jacob lost some high fiber crackers. Good. If you die, you have to start all over. Oh, I learned that the hard way. I wanna look at this.
He was worthy, you know, and he accomplished so much. But then, you came along. You who were stronger. You who were faster. You I like better.
Better.
Who did you expect at the end of
Let me
all
smoke real
this?
quick.
God? The
Also, hi,
devil,
Dahoot the dude.
perhaps?
Hi.
No. It's just me.
I was hoping that it's Gary. Not this time, asshat! Oh, spaghetti! I did it again! Is there a thing that I need to do or something? Oh! The light. The what light? Ow. The light. Oh, that one? Is there a scar? Does that hurt? My flashlight gives no illuminate. Oh! The light. Curse the light. Why is it so British? Need more light? Question mark? This looks fine. There's so much friends. You missed. Oh. Explosions! Hi, Dinari. Am I killing it? I don't know if I'm actually doing damage with mortar. Maybe I'm too far? Let's change this one. This one is a little bit closer. The light. Got light, me? Ow. Ooh. Hey, I saved. Don't worry about it. Took you 3 tries. Probably gonna took me like 21 tries. I don't know.
He was worthy, you know, and he accomplished so much. But then you came along. You who were stronger. You who were faster. You I like better. Who did you expect at the end of
What if
all
I save
this?
here?
God.
I actually gonna save here. I don't want to keep listening to that. No image? Yeah, I'm just gonna... Nah, I'm gonna... Shut the fuck up. Oh, nope, no, that's... Okay, there it is. Oh, I'm gonna save... What? Fine.
Perhaps. No. It's just me.
Hey, yeah, you talk so much cock and then what? Macam oh, walao eh. What you want I also don't know already lor. Light. Where got light? Where got light? Light! No, that's not the light! Ow. Why did you fly down, buddy? Alright, show me the light. Light! Oh! Aha! Would you like a front flip? where got light? Ow! Where? Bang, kalau ada light kamu bagi saya tahu. Apa kamu buat ni? Bang. Excuse me, if there's a light you should tell me. You don't just like point at it. It's a pain in the butt this fight. Yeah, it kinda is.
Accomplished so much. But then you came along. You who were stronger. You who were faster. You, I like better. Who did you expect at the end of all of this? God.
Why is it Nyala Tortep though? Because in faith, there's Gary, there's Satan, and there's God.
It's just me.
Oh my god, it's a Nyala Tortep. Show me the light. I need the light. Looks like there's something down there. Oh, this was way more painful. It's super for a reason. It's funny how Nyala Tortep want to curse me when he's the one that's super cursed. Or mega cursed. Like... Like... Come on, like... Ow! I mean, that would be cool, right? Let me try it. Jump! Come here! Sorry, I'm being stupid. Hey, I found a secret. Nice. Now, just you wait, buddy. That light, I don't care anymore. What? Come on, man. Okay, I'll get the light. Jeez. No, I can damage you. I missed. I'm stuck.
Are indeed worthy, and so now my
Asshead, I'm stuck. Oh my god, bit rate. Pacifist? Pacifist? Passive? I killed. That bitch is dead. 7 kills. That's not pacifist. I killed 7. Right there. 7. I have 4 fingers. 7. You get 7. I killed things. That's not pacifist. Fine.
How does it feel?
Complete all 3 episodes?
Isn't it?
No, that was fun as hell.
But wonderful, yes.
Maybe. Oh.
Who you were before is insignificant. Who you are now is inconceivable. But here you shall remain till I have need of you again. For one must always reign beneath dusk.
Can I just say the voice acting is so fucking good though. That's so good. God, this game is great. This game originally came out in 1999. Excuse me? My goodness. The voice acting is on fucking point. Especially the bunny hopping. You know, the hoop, hoop, hoop. It never gets old. you know when repetition equals funny, people do that and sometimes people fail. But this game, you can just keep spamming space. It doesn't get old for whatever reason. I don't know. I can just keep hearing the hoop 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 hoop. I don't care. It's good. But man, there's so many good things about this game as well. No happy ending. Is there a happy ending in this game?
Hello.
You.
And welcome.
You. Thank you, Ziki. You. No. You. 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 Hi, baby.
Pray that you never meet me in my 1,000 other forms.
YJ. YJ. Eat the pay. The very nice pay. Don't look at Bailey. Wonderful. What you up to? Dusk. I just finished it. That was fun, cool playthrough. That was fun as heck. But is there a way to get a good ending? Is it because I use a sword? Is that it? Doing the hardest difficulty next? Maybe? What's the hardest difficulty? Setting. Look. No. Feel. No. Feel. Difficulty. Dusk Mare? Do I want to do Dusk Mare? 我不知道嘞。I believe that one is the one that unlocks it plus secret. It plus secrets it. But don't recall. It's all good. No, there's no happy ending that I know of. Oh, so that is the only ending then. Oh, is there... Okay, is there multiple endings to this game? Or is that it? If so, cool. If not, still cool. Still cool. Toggle whether or not to unlock the maximum rotation of the camera, vertical axis while in mid-air or swimming. Oh, that's why! That's why this it's so trippy! I mean, I can do front flip, that's cool. The ending I know of is sad but not bad. But this one is the ending I got where I got captured by Nyala Dortip. And then it's like I'm being a slave of Nyala Dortip. To my understanding anyway. Maybe I need to keep shooting Nyala Dortip when I got captured? I can do it again. Here, let me try it. Like Jakob low salt high fiber crackers. That was the good ending, I believe. Mine was a good ending? Are you saying that me being captured by Nyala Dorotep and then... No, there was another ending? There's only one? Can I get the bunny hopping with Jakob ending? I wish there's like an ending where Jakob and me just like bunny hopping to sunset. That would be good. That would be great. But there was another ending, so there's only one ending then. Okay, just to satisfy my curiosity, let's do this.
He was worthy, you know, and he accomplished so much. But then, you came along. You, who were stronger. You, who were faster. You, I like better.
Better.
Who did you expect at the end of all of this? God? The devil, perhaps? No. It's just...
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. You talk so much cock and then you cannot kill me also. Walao eh. What you want I also don't know already lor. Ah, I forgot there's a recoil to this. Just kill it. Show me the line. I got the line. Timer. I'm doing the easy way to win strat. I see the line. You fool! One more. Alright, here we go, here we go. Enough. No, asshead, you die, you die.
Are indeed worthy.
No. Ah, fuck.
Is yours.
Die. This speech I don't understand. Apa itu passive saya tak tahu sudah. Saya mau bunuh ini demon tapi saya tak boleh bunuh. Saya tak tahu sudah. Apa saya buat? Apa ini? Ini saya kena scams ke?
How does it feel?
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
Horrible, isn't it?
It's a crossbow poke. Yeah.
One
Weird green wobbly dude down there. No happy ending, they need to make another one.
is insignificant. Who you
Oh,
are now
oh my god, I cannot make you shoot up. It's okay. Guys, while this little shit is talking non-stop, check out Murph.
till I have need of you again.
The Kobo Kobo.
For one must always reign beneath dust.
It said it. It said the thing. It said the thing. Also, by the way, I know about Nyana Torotep because of Dragalia Lost. At least Nyana Torotep in Dragalia Lost looks way cooler than this. Yep. We Kobo yip at each other. Yep. Also, towards the end, it says that there's something. Let me try to boost my headphone noises. Oh my god, what's the suddenly pitch black? It's raining. It's storming? Excuse me. Why? It was so sunny. Excuse me, Malaysia. Apa kamu buat stupid? Check out Blood Fresh Supply. It's what influences game. So now there's Vampire Hunter. What's the game again? Alien. I might need to ask you about this. And then there's also Blood Fresh Supply.
Pray that you never meet me in my 1,000 other forms.
Pray that you doesn't meet me in my 1,000 other forms. I mean, Nyana Torotep is known to have endless forms. That's Nyana Torotep. There's no other ending. I cannot kill the thing. It keeps saying that I'm a pacifist, but I'm not. The game literally says that I killed 7 things, and then the game says I'm pacifist. Liar. I'm gonna play this in Chinese now. 视觉后退，感觉，武器晃动，开启关闭。Is this not simplified Chinese? Why using traditional Chinese, you ass? This is not simplified. This is traditional, stupid. It's the same, you lied to me. Alright, I'm playing this in Chinese and no one can tell me otherwise. I love how it's all like the senses. This is sight, feel, hear, and language. 战役. Oh, that's endless? 农场、工厂、大教堂。大教堂 big church? Workshop? Farm? I said farm. Why are you farm? 入侵者模式，选择是否在每个关卡开始时只拥有镰刀武器。Oh, no lah. I want to have more than sickles as my weapon. I don't know what. Okay, not. Look, I know I read Chinese, but endless. Farm, streamer bot, farm. Fucking farm, streamer bot. I'm not saying fart. Fart. Yeah, okay. Oh shit. I studied a couple languages, but Chinese always seems so hard to me. Yeah, Chinese is fucking stupid hard. I hate it too. And I'm speaking as a Jida man. All right, I am Chinese.
Kill the intruder.
Yes, let's go. Kill. Kill. This is my kind of music. Let's go. Where's the enemy? Mana orang jahat. I think somehow the easiest language to learn, but also at the same time not good at it, is the language Bahasa Malaysia. Bahasa Malaysia is like easy to understand, but at the same time I'm just lazy to learn about it. Oh my god, if we can play this mode with multiple people, that's gonna be wild, man. Oh, my eyes itch. Okay, there we go. Nice front flip. Oh! I always love German because it's so similar to English. I found it the easiest. Oh! Yeah, Merp speaks German. Honestly, there was a time where I want to learn about German. but my brain can handle it somehow. Which I don't understand why. With 6. Woohoo! Boop, 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 boop. Nice. Ooh. I like this mode. Hell yeah, the music is good. I thought that's a soap. Which is also why those who speak German have like... I respect those who speak German, honestly. Hello, can I have more bullets, please? Oh my god, it is storming outside. I might speak a little bit louder. I'm sorry. I'll try to like control my voice because I cannot hear myself. Nice front flip. Danke? I think that's thank you, right? Danke. Bitte. Dort sie alle? Ja? Sniper. Got him. That was a nice shot. Nice. Ja, dort sie alle. Now sie. I'm not gonna butcher the language that is German. I'm sorry. You can butcher Chinese all you want. It's fine. Language, not people. Front flip. Is there no pistol bullet? Wait, is there actually no pistol bullet? I mean, I guess we don't need pistol. I'm so bad at Chinese, I'll have something for you. Be better. I don't blame you, Chinese is dumb fuck hard. Like, honest. Like, it's not just hard, but it's dumb fuck hard. I hate it. Oh wait, I have pistol bullet. Front flip. please? Want some explosion? I know you do, not me. Ah! Oh, hello? Give me a second. Hi, Ghosty. Shooty, shooty, bang, bang, boomer. Beep, boop, raptor raid, I'm dead. Beep, boop, raptor raid, it's Rex. Hi. Oh my god, Ito Akami. Hey. Oh my god, I hope we are doing good. Welcome in. I'm just trying out the endless mode. How is Rex? How is Friday Night Funkin'? Friday Night Funkin' stuff. I'm just waiting for the retrospect part 2 mod at this point. Welcome in. Look at all the beans. Hi.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. 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 Yep, 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 yep. Oh, yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep. No. No. Yep. I will disregard the dragon for now. Have you been taking DUSK? Because I finished playing Faith and then people tell me that DUSK and Faith happens in the same universe, which got me very excited about. So I started playing DUSK yesterday and I finished the story today. And now I'm just trying out the endless mode and having a lot of fun. I hope we had fun with Friday Night Funkin' though. Also, welcome in Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games, and I love finding games, and I do art occasionally. Welcome in. I gonna yip now. Yip. Yip. Nah. Yep. Yep. Gotta be winding down here the rat stream. Thank you again, Rex. Yep. Yep.
Oh, yep. Oh. Oh yeah, I don't need to yip anymore. Yeah, that's what the redeem does. Some redeem that I have to yip for 2.5 minutes. I just think it's kind of a fun redeem to have, because me as a kobold and everything. I mean, at the same time, I get to turn off my brain and just yip for the next 2.5 minutes. I'll take it. Also, I should say, man, welcome to all the raiders. I hope you are having a wonderful day. I mean, I cannot convey my message when I'm just yipping. Woo. Did they just infight? Nice. No, 1 health! A bunch of bullies, I'm running away. I lied, I'm back. Oh! I got killed by a bull! Yeah, it's so hard. E to live again.
Kill the intruder.
You did great. That was fun. Victory? I can take it. I feel like if I play this with like with a few people, it's gonna be wild. Peter. More Peter. Super shotgun, nice. Oop, 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 oop. Ow! Asshole. Let me just... I cannot drink those? Nice. Oop, oop. Oh, I hate these guys. Saw blade? Ow, ow, ow. Oh my god, not the moaning. Don't moan, don't moan. I'm gonna get Twitch TOS. Just don't moan. Anything you do, don't. Do not. Wait. I just stood there. I don't like the factory. Cathedral? You're supposed to be here, go away. What? What is that? What is on top of the screen? Why do you say that? I'm not gonna go away. Can I tell Kobo what to do? Yeah. Oh, this is the cathedral. Okay, okay. Oh, heck yeah. I'm ready. Oh my god, shiny! Okay, I'm good. Ooh, like just one? Is there more shiny? Use the blicky, show out your head. Oh. Time to do some heckin' killing. Oh, yucky peaky, wait a minute. Hey. So cathedral is just all in one then. I mean, fair enough. What I would expect. That's a lot of bullet pistol. Bullet pistol? Pistol bullet. Oh yeah, I remember someone asked... Did you ask me about where I learned my English? Also, I appreciate that compliment. I forgot to respond to that, I believe. My English... Funny enough, I learned it from a game, Maple Story. I was fascinated by the story of Maple Story, so I wanted to learn more. I want to learn more about English, so I just bought myself a dictionary, like a thick one. I bought myself a dictionary, and then I start to learn about words. Like if there's a word that I don't know, I just take out the dictionary. I take out the dictionary and just start to learn about the words. It's so tedious, but I think it kind of worked out well. I can't say that I like the procedure though. It sucks. It's tough learning English like that. But eventually I learned about it, and I learned about the story of Maple Story. It's kind of a funny way to learn English, not gonna lie. Like because I want to know about the game, so I learned about the language. I guess it's a win. It's a really great. I'm jealous. I'll take it. I'll take it. Sniper. Hey. This place is big. I like it. This place really complements my hoop. Oh, it's a homing missile. Hoop. Also, these are just the heal. There's not much heal I can. There's no heal in endless mode, it seems. Hey. No, dog, no. Explosion. There's no super shouty in this stage. Nice. Oh, okay. It worked really well, self-taught too. Move to the USA, there's tons of companies that want people that speak both. Oh. I mean, I speak both. I guess it's also a perk that a perk of living in Malaysia, I guess. Malaysia is like multicultural, I believe. Yeah, there's Malay, there's Chinese, there's like... Yeah, it's multicultural. Which I feel like it's a huge advantage when it comes to language, I believe. Bomb. Ow. Although I'm sorry if this comes if this comes off as a little bit of drag, I'm sorry. It's never really my intention. I just sort of I just am a little bit proud of my language abilities. If this comes out as me bragging, I will apologize. I'm sorry. That was a good mortar though. We? Maybe I should try this one. Just like... This one stays forever, right? I think if I put it like in here. Let's see. What is this a thing? Ow, ow. Get into the gas, get into the gas. Nope. Just English and Spanish mostly in the US. Malaysia I've always wanted to visit. Well, since I live in kind of a more of a rural area. Oh, oops, that just quits the game. Okay, sure. Alright, I didn't expect that. It's 6:17. Gosh, the time is like so... like, I want to play a little bit more Gunfire Reborn. But if I play Gunfire Reborn, I'm probably gonna go for about 1 or 2 hours. There's thunder as well. You know what? Maybe it's a good way to end. You know, I finished up Dusk. There's no other ending that I know of. I'll stop here. I'll stop here. Let me just open up some music and then let me become big. I got to go to bed either way. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. Thank you, Ziki. Have good sleep. Let me... where am I going? Okay, there it is. Okay. It's thundering outside. It's kind of scary. Ooh, I like this one. That's a big thunder. Time is weird. Time is very weird. Especially time zones. Oh, Dazzy is playing Lethal Company. Ooh, it has been a while since I last played Lethal Company, but tomorrow is art day, so I'll keep it as art day. Right, tomorrow art day, I'll do art. I'm gonna do some draw. Do some draw. Oh, there's Niche. Oh, Niche. I haven't seen Niche stream in a while. And I think I did raid, who? Dazzy. This week, I believe. I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh, Niche has a 3D model that looks really good. Oh, hell yeah. Is he watching a show or is that a game? I don't know. We're gonna rate into Niche. Also, look at this. I'm gonna show for a little bit. This is Niche right here. Look at that dragon. That looks really good. That's a really nice dragon. That is good dragon. Anyway, we're gonna rate Niche, so I'm gonna go get some dinner as well. See, every time when I decide to end the stream and then my brain just stops working really fast, and then I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Here, let me plug something real quick. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Also, I have a Discord if you want to join. I mean, the Discord is where I'll be most of the time, I believe, these days. Here. And also, my server has... I mean... I have Dragon Simping Corner. Yeah. Gubiai? Oh, Gubiai Brekkie. I'm still saving up points on your channel. Someday, I'm gonna get that dragon certificate. Although last night I stumbled upon you were making a stage in Super Mario World. It feels like it looks like. Looks cool though. I didn't know how it works, but now I kind of. At least I see what you do and I know a little bit, I guess. Anyway, I also have my socials. I mean, I'll usually use more DUSK now, and YouTube is just where I put my VODs usually. So yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, I'm gonna go get dinner. I don't know why I'm already so blur. I'm gonna go get dinner. Let me type in the rate to Niche real quick. Okay, type in the rate. It's here now. Thank you, Nexus. That's a rare. A thunder scary. But stinky. Okay, that's the right message. And the non-sub version is there as well. So yeah, I'm gonna rate now. So before the rate, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. Right, know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? And here comes the rate to Niche. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna copy this one as well. The raid message. Kobolds are raiding all your Chinese here. Us kobolds are gonna raid a dragon's shiny. Very important. Also, just in case if there's anyone that got left behind, this is where we're going. Because Twitch is being weird with the raid system. Somehow it just keeps leaving people behind. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, Nexus. Y'all beans. Thank you. I enjoy DUSK. I really do. Like, DUSK is heckin' great. And to me, it's still wild to think that the universe between DUSK and Faith is the same universe. I think that still baffles me a lot. And yeah, the gameplay is pretty fun. Bunny hopping with Jakob is like the best feeling ever. It's the first time I feel like, oh, an enemy is also doing bunny hopping so consistently too, and then you can hear the hoop hoop hoop. Perfect game design. Alright, so I'm gonna go get dinner now. Oh god. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna do art. Okay. Be safe, everyone. Take care. Bye bye.